live in the same area as me, so I was scared. Didn't know what was going to happen to me.
Who's in this picture?
Isaiah and Aunt.
And those are the individuals that got in your car and pistol whipped you.
Yes, ma'am.
You knew you eventually had to go back to school, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What other type of social media post was going on that put you in fear?
Well, Isaiah, he made a couple rap songs, like I guess diss songs and stuff like that.
Okay.
And then just a bunch of pictures of them with guns.
Were you able to capture every single post they made?
Not every single one, but most of them.
Were you able to capture one of the raps that Isaiah did?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I approach the witness?
Yeah.
I'm showing you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 7. Do you recognize this flash drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this one of the raps that you had saw on social media?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know that's what's on this flash drive?
Well, I watched it and my initials is on it.
Okay. Now, are these the same type of raps that had been being posted since September 26th?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense seek to admit defense 7.
Any objection?
I do. Relevance, they haven't tied it down. That's the time.
Yeah. What's the relevance of it?
It's to show why he was in the state of mind that he was. These are the things that have been going out on social media regarding Tim.
They still haven't narrowed down as to time. And based on the lyrics of it, Judge, I would argue or point out in court it appears to be well after the offense date.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to take up a matter outside your presence. I'll do so quickly and then we'll get you back in.
Rise.
what's the relevance?
These are the type of videos and posts that were being made following September 26th that caused Tim to be in fear.
Okay, but I didn't hear any threats or anything else. He was making fun of him, but I didn't hear any threats as to what would happen or what kind of state of mind it would put him in. You get in an argument with someone, this makes sense. I don't know what it proves or anything else. What state of mind does making fun of him put it in?
Well, after he's been, it was this amongst the others. So amongst this one here, amongst other posts of them flashing semi-automatic rifles, and just a series of those type of raps. He didn't get every single thing, but this is what we were able to obtain.
This rap doesn't have any weapons in it, did it? I didn't see any.
No, but it's specifically directed at Tim.
And what were the objections?
One, they never let down this time. There's no establishment of the time frame for this video or when he saw it. And just based on the lyrics, it certainly appears to be after October 6th.
What lyrics do you believe indicate that?
If I recall correctly, the words were, "I sent my youngin' brother after you."
Mm-hmm.
That certainly implies to me that it's after October 6th, not during the weeks between September 26th and October 6th.
All right. Why don't you see if you can establish whether or not there's a time frame on this that would be with regard to, I guess, after the 26th, but I'm assuming before the shooting in October. Because that would be the state of mind you're trying to elicit, right?
This is to show the type. This is what we were able to get, but this is to show the type of posts that were being made.
I hear you. You can either establish the time frame for the effect on the listener that you're trying to elicit, or you can't. So go ahead.
Do you know when you saw this video on Instagram? Do you know if it was before or after October the 6th? Or do you recall?
I don't remember.
Answer out loud. I know this is difficult, but make sure you answer out loud, okay?
Okay, I don't remember, honestly.
That's all. I mean,
Get your evidence. Are you offering it after that statement, or are you not?
we would still offer it, yes.
Okay. Sustain the state's objections. All right. Both sides ready for the jury?
State is ready.
Defense ready.
All right, let's bring it back. Ms. Clayton, because it was offered, can you go ahead and put it up here? I'll admit it for the record.
I did.
All right. Thank you.
So it's offered for the record?
She didn't offer it for the record, but we need to keep it.
Oh, yeah, just because it's offered.
Okay. Everybody? All right, y'all may be seated. Defense, you may proceed.
So from the posts that we have here and other social media posts of guns, different songs about you, is that causing your fear to build up?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why you stayed away from school for a while?
Yes, ma'am.
You did not go, were you aware about Eli punching Isaiah?
Yes, ma'am, after the fact.
Okay. You weren't there?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell Eli to go and do that?
No, ma'am.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I want to clear up a couple of these text messages. Are there some typos in here?
Yes, ma'am.
For example, this one, it says, "Don't do shot at school unless they do something first." What is that supposed to say?
It was supposed to say, don't do shit at school unless they do something first.
Okay. And you've had a chance to review these messages, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you understand how off the wall these messages sound.
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you sending these?
I was just mad at the time and really scared, and honestly didn't know what I was doing. I was just doing it out of anger.
Okay. But you didn't, on first sight, shoot nobody, did you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so now you're sitting at home for a little bit, but you realize you have to go back to school.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so talk to me about these Google searches. Why were you searching up the things that you were searching on Google?
Well, I searched it up just in case, because I was scared for one, and I wanted to know what happened if no one believed me if I was trying to protect myself.
How did it get to where you felt the need to take a gun with you to school?
Because all the threats and pictures I seen online, I didn't know what was going to happen to my life, so I was just scared.
Were there rumors going around school that they was gonna get you?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically Zach?
Yes, ma'am.
When, on October the 6th, you were in class like you were supposed to be, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you notice Zach was coming through the door?
When it was too late,
What did you try to do?
I tried to push a desk between us to stop it, but that didn't help at all.
Have you ever been in a fight before?
No, ma'am.
And did you fight Zach back?
No, ma'am.
How were you feeling throughout? We watched the video. Throughout that whole attack, how was you feeling?
Scared, hopeless, thought I was going to die.
Do you recall how many times you hit your head?
No, ma'am.
More than one?
Yes, ma'am.
And what about when he stomped on your head? How were you feeling?
Scared.
What were you thinking when you decided to pull that gun out?
I wasn't.
Did you still see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you really think things was over?
No, ma'am.
From the time that you got up to the time that you pulled the trigger, how much time would you say was between there?
In my head, I thought it all happened at once.
I feel like less than 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to school to kill Zach that day?
No, ma'am.
Did you go to school to hurt anybody that day?
No, ma'am.
Did you know that you had shot Mr. Pettit and hurt Grace and Aya?
No, ma'am.
When did you learn about that?
Till after the fact on the news.
How did that make you feel?
Sad. Very sad.
I didn't hear the second part.
I said very sad.
Did you bring an extra magazine with you to school?
No, ma'am.
Why did you tuck the gun in your pants and when you took off?
Because I don't want to just be flashing a weapon all over the school. I already knew that what I did was horrible, and I just didn't want to add extra stuff to it, add worse stuff to it, I guess.
And so when you left the school, where'd you go?
Well, at first I went to my granny's house, but she wasn't there, so then I went to my sister's house.
Sister there when you got there?
Yes, ma'am.
Did y'all begin, along with your mom, with making arrangements for turning yourself in?
Yes, ma'am.
You weren't hiding, were you?
No, ma'am.
Do you smoke weed?
Yes, ma'am.
You threw smoking weed?
Yes, ma'am.
How you know you threw?
Because weed has nothing good in my life so far. Weed is the reason why I'm in this position right now, so I don't want nothing to do with weed ever again.
You sell weed?
No, ma'am.
Where do you get your weed from?
Well, me and my sister just smoke together, I guess, really.
Can I approach the witness?
You may.
Goodness. Whose is this?
Me, mine and my sister's.
This is for y'all's personal use?
Yes, ma'am.
Why does it look like that?
That's how we got it.
Just a second, John.
Okay.
Now, have you taken pictures with the gun?
Yes, ma'am.
Where'd you put those pictures?
Just in my camera roll, I never posted them.
And where do you get the gun?
My granny closet.
Do you know that it was wrong to take those guns out of the closet?
Yes, ma'am. I was very wrong.
Why'd you do it then?
Honestly, I don't know. It's no justifying that.
Are you some kind of ruthless person that you're being made out to be?
No, ma'am.
What type of person are you?
Good person, humble person, a regular teenager.
Do you understand also now that you're unable to own or possess a firearm? You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you even have a desire to do so?
No, ma'am.
And do you know that if you are given the opportunity for probation, you cannot smoke weed?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you feel the need to smoke weed?
Well, I was on 24-hour house confinement, just stuck in the house all day, just depressed. I'm on social media, watching my friends going out to pool parties and all that, just having fun, and me just knowing that I'm just in the house, couldn't do nothing. I just felt like my life was over. So
You understand you have to find a different coping mechanism.
yes, ma'am.
Do you believe you can benefit from some of the resources and treatment that probation could offer to you?
And I know I can't.
Do you believe that you could be successful?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe you will receive the resources that you need to be a successful person if you were sent to prison?
Yes, ma'am.
If you were sent to prison, you can get the resources you need?
I don't think so.
What skills do you possess to where you will be successful?
Well, I know how to cut grass landscaping. I'm good with like technology, sound engineering. I know how to fix on cars.
And those are all skills that you already possess.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you complete your high school education?
Yes, I got a GED. Yes, ma'am.
And you did that on your own online, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about your life. You never had an opportunity to meet your father, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what happened to him?
No, ma'am.
He was already gone before you were even.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you ended up being raised by your grandparents, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of schools did you grow up in?
Private schools.
Were they more on a smaller scale?
Yes, ma'am.
When was your first public school experience?
When I got in high school.
And was that at Timberview?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that a big adjustment?
Yes, ma'am.
What made it such a big adjustment?
Oh, it was way bigger than any other school I went to.
What made you want to go to public school?
Well, because at the time I was going to St. Paul's Preparatory Academy, and I love football, and they only have 7-on-7, and I wanted to pursue, like I had dreams to be in the NFL, and I knew if I stayed at that school, I wasn't going to be able to go to the NFL.
Okay. So you played football.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you play football at Timberview?
Yes, ma'am.
You stopped playing football after this incident, October the 6th?
Yes, ma'am.
Did your grandparents teach you right from wrong?
Yes, ma'am.
You know better than the actions that have been displayed here, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Why weren't you telling anybody what was going on with you?
very sad.
Was that also around the time that you was also trying to adjust to high school in the public setting?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your grandfather your role model?
All right, let's take a break. Let's give up. Where was the phone at?
It's outside.
It's outside. Let's get that door shut so we don't lose phones. All right, you may proceed.
Did you notice a drop in your grades after grandpa died?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that your role model?
Yes, ma'am.
You felt like you lost a big chunk of you?
Yes, ma'am.
What we've seen spans from September 26, 21 to October 6, 2021. Is that who you are as a person?
No, ma'am.
What are you asking this jury to do?
I understand what I did was wrong. Very, very wrong. And I'm sorry. I truly am sorry. I just asked for another chance. Probation, max probation. The worst, the strictest probation possible. Yeah.
Are you just now showing your remorse today?
No, ma'am.
Have you shown your remorse throughout this since the day it happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, what you been showing?
Yeah.
Now, the state put in this picture into evidence, showing that you were smiling. You recall seeing this?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this truly depict how you felt in that moment?
No, ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 8. Do you recognize this jump drive?
Yes, ma'am.
What's on here?
My initials.
Okay. Did you get a chance to watch this?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it accurately reflect the moments, these moments in real time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does it appear to be changed or altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
We seek to admit defense number 8.
Judge, we've seen it. You have no objection?
All right. Defense 8 will be admitted.
Does this show how you really felt inside on this day?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you sympathetic then?
Yes, ma'am.
Remorseful?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the witness.
Cross-examination.
Looks like your family had a party for you.
No, sir.
How many people were there?
I don't recall.
More than 10?
I don't know.
More than 15?
I don't know.
That was the day you did the shooting. You got out the same day.
No, sir.
Got out the next day.
Yes, sir.
How much time did you spend in jail?
Just a day.
Less than 24 hours?
I think so.
You weren't hurt. You didn't have to go to the hospital. Did you go to the hospital?
No, sir.
I mean, because your lawyers have made it out like you had this traumatic brain injury, that your skull was cracked or bashed in. None of those things were true.
No, I did get stumped on the head multiple times.
But you didn't go to the hospital. Because obviously your family cares about you. If they thought you were that injured, they would have taken you. Right?
Yes, sir.
That didn't happen. Did it?
No, sir.
This counsel asked you about you smoking weed at home while you're on bond. Recall those questions?
Yes, sir.
Who brought it to you?
No one.
You just had it?
No, sir. My sister smoked, so I would just take it from my sister's stash without her knowing.
So your sister lives there at home?
Sometimes, yes, sir.
So she had her own room?
Yes, sir.
So she has marijuana at the apartment she lives with her fiance or boyfriend, and she has a place there, right?
Oh, well, during that time after that incident happened, she had moved back in with me and my granny, so.
With the baby?
Yes, sir.
So you're telling this jury that your sister with the newborn baby was smoking marijuana?
I mean, yes, sir.
You agree with me, marijuana has a very distinctive smell to it.
Yes, sir.
And if you're smoking inside the house, everybody knows it.
I wasn't smoking inside the house.
You're under home confinement, so you're going outside.
I have a backyard. I would be in the backyard or the garage.
So you want this jury to believe that you could stand in your garage or you could stand in the backyard and smoke and nobody would be aware that you're smoking marijuana.
I don't know if anybody smelled it.
And your sister never said anything to you about her missing stash?
She did a couple times.
And what? She kept buying it? Kept bringing it?
No, sir.
I mean, after the first time you went to jail for it, that might be a clue. Hey, I don't need to have marijuana on my brother because he's going to get it, smoke it, and go to jail. Right? That'd be a good clue.
Yes, sir.
Didn't seem to work though, did it? She kept buying it, kept bringing it home?
I guess so.
Well, you don't guess so. I mean, is that what happened?
Yes, sir.
So your sister didn't really care if you went to jail,
No, she did care.
but she kept bringing marijuana for you.
She didn't bring marijuana for me.
Oh, just herself.
Yes, sir.
And you steal from her.
Yes,
Right?
sir.
All right. You said that you thought your life was over because you were watching your friends on social media go to pool parties and you couldn't go have fun with them.
Yes, sir.
Your life wasn't over because you had tried to kill 3 people. Your life wasn't over because you shot up a school. Your life wasn't over because you shot at somebody at the racetrack on September 26th, but your life was over because you couldn't go enjoy yourself with your friends. That's your testimony.
I felt like my life was over because of those things, and it just added on because I couldn't,
Enjoy yourself.
because of those things. Yes, sir.
So you couldn't go have fun, so you thought things were over.
That's not why I thought my life was over.
You just asked the jury to give you a very restrictive probation, the most restrictive there is.
Yes,
All
sir.
that.
Yes, sir.
You had that while you were on bond and you failed.
Yes, sir.
But you want them to do it, give you yet another chance.
Yes, sir.
Even though at every opportunity you continue to fail.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You told the jury that on September the 26th that you were going to meet someone at the racetrack to smoke marijuana in front of a gas pump for everybody to see you doing it. Right?
Yes, sir.
That Elijah and Ant texted you, and that's what you thought you would go do is smoke with them, right?
Well, Isaiah and
Isaiah and Ant, I'm sorry. And so, how often did you smoke with them?
only a couple times.
You got to be pretty good friends to leave your house where your family's planning on taking you to the Cowboy game the next day and want to go smoke with them in a public place, right?
Yes, sir.
So these are really good friends of yours.
Yes, sir.
You know exactly what kind of people they are.
Yes, sir. Well, not exactly, but
And you really want this jury to believe that you're sitting in front of a gas station at a gas pump where all those cars go by and you're going to sit in there and smoke marijuana. That was the goal. That was the plan.
yes, sir.
So why'd you bring a gun?
I just had it in the car.
Could you carry it all the time?
I mean, no, it was in the car, no particular reason.
Well, certainly your girlfriend testified that back in June you had that gun in the car.
Yes,
Right.
Yeah, yes, sir.
So you carried it quite often.
I didn't carry it, it would just be in the car.
Where's that gun now?
I don't know, I thought y'all took it up during the search, so I don't know.
We didn't take up a 9mm out of your house.
I don't know.
They went over, your lawyers went over the discovery with you. All of it. Everything we have in our possession was given to them. So you know there was no 9mm found at your house, your grandmother's house. So tell the jury where that gun went.
I don't know where the gun is. I truly don't.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Your attorney asked you about some text messages you sent. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about some text messages the jury hasn't seen yet. Now that same group, I'm going to show you states 163A. Do you recognize that text message?
Yes, sir.
That is to you from who?
I don't know.
Well, you're having a conversation with Rommel, right?
Yes, sir.
Eli, and D. Taylor. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Who's D. Taylor?
Oh, well,
I'm sorry.
that's,
Keep on, I just didn't understand.
that's my iCloud, so that's me, technically.
Okay. And this is a message, part of the same conversation that you had on the September the 27th at 4:30 p.m., 4:30 in the afternoon. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's working off for states 163A.
Same objection as before to the text messages that are not Tim's and then put into context the other messages.
What's your objection?
Hearsay, and then, so same as before, when they were in this packet over here, those are not messages from Tim, and it does not put into context that conversation.
Respond.
The judge's defense said that when asked about where the gun was used on the racetrack shooting, he said he doesn't know. There's certainly part of the conversation here that may tell you where that gun is. And certainly the fact that he's having that kind of conversation with his friends can become relevant to punishment. Because as he testified as to his character, he said he's not that kind of guy.
And that doesn't, again, not from Tim. There's nothing in these messages that suggests that he even responded to that.
What's your hearsay exception or exemption?
Not awkward for the truth of the matter, but so effective upon a listener that his friends asking him that question.
Well, appears that you're offering it to show
The question was
the truth
asked.
of the matter asserted.
I'm happy to have you instruct the jury on that.
And how? Then exactly what is it being offered for if it's not for the truth?
The fact that he's made himself out to be this good person, and the fact that he's also made a statement that he didn't ask Elijah to go hit the brother, and this certainly can imply that that's not. And also that he's made the statement that it was never a plan to shoot anybody, when this can certainly show that that may have been his ultimate plan.
And I would suggest,
I didn't ask for argument. I'm thinking about it. Give me just a second. And here's the individual this son.
Luke's been talking to Elijah, the one who hit the older brother.
Can I see the packet?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Walshall,
Yes, sir.
let me see for a second. Defense counsel, you can. Does this go in the packet originally prior to this statement here, or prior to what statement?
Yes, sir, it does. By time.
Yeah.
look at the,
Objections?
no objections.
I'm gonna rule that State's Exhibit 163A, as it sits within the packet of 163, does give context to the following page, page 9, as page 8. Is therefore admissible to give context and meaning to the defendant's statement. I find that it is and cannot be used for the truth of the matter asserted, and cannot be used to show that the defendant gave someone else a gun or had a gun to give someone else. And it needs to be presented in that fashion.
Yeah, just a second, Judge.
You know.
All right. I'm gonna talk to you about your text messages, okay?
Yes, sir.
So the jury can understand what we're talking about. There's a date and time on these messages. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Right. This page right here is part of your text messages. Right?
Yes, sir.
Your lawyer asked you about some typos.
Yes, sir.
Recall that?
Yes, sir.
What typo is there on this one, on this page?
None.
So read it out loud to the jury.
Nah, fuck that talking shit. I'm gonna kill them both.
Who's both?
I'm referring to Isaiah and
And this is after the shooting at the racetrack.
yes, sir.
You didn't say, hey, I'm gonna call the cops. I'm gonna tell somebody. Your response was, I'm gonna kill them both.
Yes, sir.
Don't you think that speaks to your character, who you really are?
No, sir.
This is what you did that entire time, through the entire days leading up to October 6th. Right?
No, sir.
On the internet searches. On the 27th, the day after, you're not looking up like you told the jury, hey, what do I need to look up in case they don't believe me, don't believe I've been assaulted. That's not your first look up. Your first thing you look up is for an extended clip to 45. Isn't that right?
I don't know which first.
Well, we do, because there's a date on it. 9/27 at 5:15, the day after. You look up extended clip for 45. On 9/27, you're not looking up, hey, how do I report a crime? Did you?
Yes, sir.
You didn't look up Arlington Police Department's main number. You didn't look up, hey, what happens if I get robbed on smoking marijuana? Did you?
Yes, sir.
Your conversation is, I'm going to kill them both. Right?
Yes, sir. I was just scared.
Does it sound like you're scared reading this?
He just hit me in the back of the head with a gun and started flashing guns all over social media.
So within less than 24 hours, they're flashing stuff on social media
Yes, sir.
after you've already shot at them.
Yes, sir.
In what's the next message you sent out?
Nigga ain't no he just
Hold on, I need you, I know that it's not fun or anything else, but I need you to say it out loud, man. Stop mumbling, okay?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Nigga ain't no hit his ass.
Any typos there?
No, sir.
And for the jury's benefit, 163A, message from your friend right before that, from your friend Eli, who hit the older brother at school. What did he ask you?
And A, I need a gun to him.
Read it louder.
And A, I need a gun to him. Let me borrow one for the time being.
So when you read that, what were you thinking?
I wasn't going to give him one.
Why not?
Because it wasn't mine to get.
As of right now, we still don't know where that 9mm is. So where'd that go?
I don't know.
You didn't give it to Tim?
No, sir.
Did you give it to somebody else?
No, sir.
I say Tim, I'm sorry, Eli. You didn't give it to Eli?
No, sir.
Who's Rommel?
My other friend.
What's his last name?
I don't know his last name.
Oh, he's your friend and you're having these kind of conversations with him and you don't know his last name?
No, sir.
Your family could get a hold of him if they wanted to though, right?
I'm pretty sure. I think so, yes, sir.
I mean, you have his phone number. Right?
Yes, sir.
Because everybody that's testified has been a friend of your grandmother's. Somebody from her church. Right? Except for the next door neighbor, I'll talk about him in a second. But almost every other adult who's been in here has been a friend of your grandmother's. From her church, right?
No, not just her friend, my friend too.
Okay, so did you smoke marijuana with them?
No, sir.
So tell us the people you smoke marijuana with. Besides your sister and her baby.
I never smoked with my sister, baby.
Well, she's in the house, right?
We never smoked in the house.
Smoked in the garage, you said. You don't think that stuff doesn't get on your clothes when you come back in the house?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you don't think that gets around the baby?
No, so I don't know.
You don't know, you didn't really think about it. So who else did you smoke marijuana with besides your sister?
My friends.
Tell us.
Romel
I'm sorry.
and Eli,
Who else?
and sometimes Isaiah.
Who else?
That's it.
Those are the only people you smoked with.
Yes, sir.
So who were the friends going to these pool parties that made you so depressed?
People from school, on social media I knew from school.
So those are your real friends. The ones you talked about and the ones you watched on social media.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, obviously the people from your grandmother's church are your real friends. One of them hasn't seen you since October 6th. And others haven't been to jail to visit you, right?
That doesn't mean they're not my friends, though.
So I guess we can expect to see the people that you really hang out with and you watch on social media to appear after you testify. Because they're here, right?
Some of them, yes, sir.
So who's here?
My friends.
Point them out. What's their names?
Charlie, Jada, Pastor Taylor, Mike,
But these aren't the ones
Taylor.
these aren't the ones that you smoke marijuana with. These aren't the ones you hang out with and just talk about your gun.
I just talk about my gun, but I do hang out with them, though.
Okay. Did you sit down and talk? The testimony was these people were mentors to you. People you could talk to and go hang out with, right?
Yes, sir.
But you're not having these conversations with them.
No, sir.
Show you another text message you sent. According to what you told your attorney, this was a typo in here, right?
Yes, sir.
What you wrote was don't shoot at school unless they do something first. What you told the jury was don't do shit at school, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was on 9/28. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Two days later, though, what you're writing, though, is not, well, what you're writing is if you shoot somebody at school. Right?
Yes, sir.
Certainly appears to be consistent with what you're talking about. Do you agree?
No, sir.
And your friend's asking you for a gun. You're talking about killing them both. You agree?
Read it what?
That's not a typo.
That is a typo.
Okay. Well, Eli didn't do what you asked him to do. He went and attacked Zach's brother.
I didn't ask Eli to do anything.
Well, I mean, you asked Eli not to do anything unless they do it first. So you did ask him to do something. You just didn't listen. Is that right?
I didn't tell Eli to do anything.
Don't you think it's very odd that, according to you, all the social media stuff was directed at you, but not at Eli for attacking Zach's brother? Don't you think it certainly appears that Eli did what you asked him to do, and that's the reason Zach and his brother were mad at you?
I never asked Eli to do it.
Why don't you answer my question? Don't you think it's odd that they're not going after Eli, they're going after you after what Eli did? Makes you look like you're the shot caller, doesn't it?
I appear so, yes.
Which is certainly consistent with your text messages and your research, right? Because what your message you sent on 9/28 was, they're not going to move smart, trust me on site, and I'll come off. Is that right?
I was just mad.
2 days later, you're still mad?
I just got hit with a gun in the back of my head.
You had got just hit. This is on 9/28. This is 2 days later. So you stayed mad for 2 days?
I mean, I got hit with a gun in the back of my head.
Hold on a second. I need y'all to be quiet. All right. Thank you. All right, you may proceed.
So tell the jury how long you stayed mad.
I don't know.
2 days, 3 days, 4, 7, 10, until October 6th when you finally shot somebody?
No, I don't know.
Were you mad on October the 6th?
No, sir.
Well, according to Coach Boyd, you were, because you immediately jumped up and said, what are you going to do now? And started shooting.
I was not mad.
You weren't mad?
Scared, terrified.
So when you're talking about shooting somebody, you're talking about killing them, you're mad. But when you're actually doing it, you're scared.
Yeah. The text message was just in the heat of the moment. It's,
Over this many days,
2 days is still.
how about 4 days? So that's on 9/30. 4 days later. Still in the heat of the moment?
I wouldn't say heat of the moment, but if you just got hit in the back of the head, pretty sure you'll feel some type of way too.
You played football, you've been hit before.
Yes,
Right.
sir.
You didn't need stitches, you didn't need staples in your head, you didn't go to the ER, and they had to glue your scalp back together. Right?
Yes, sir.
And this also makes something. You lied to your family about what really happened.
What do you mean?
Did you ever tell them you shot at these people?
When? The racetrack?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So you told your mom and everybody here who testified that you were involved in a shooting at the racetrack.
I think so. I don't remember. That was like 2 years ago.
Well, they acted surprised when they testified that that's what occurred.
I don't remember.
Did you tell them that you met them at the racetrack and you were smoking marijuana with them?
I don't remember.
I mean, leading up, you certainly told them and gave them the impression, according to your next door neighbor, this is all about you being bullied and picked on. Were you honest with him and told him that, hey, what really was going on is I smoking weed with them and they pistol whipped me and I shot at them and my friend Eli tried to beat one of them up? Did you tell them all that?
I really don't remember.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I really don't remember, honestly.
Well, you heard them testify. Did you correct their impression of what really occurred?
What do you mean correct the person?
Well, I mean, obviously they didn't know any of this. They act totally surprised.
I mean, I didn't tell no one. The only person I can remember I told was my big sister, but I don't know if she told anyone though. But
So you weren't truthful with them. You didn't tell them the truth about everything that happened, everything you've been involved in. You gave them the impression this was about something else, that you're just simply being picked on.
I was being picked on at the time, yes.
You also shot at him, and your friend tried to beat him up.
I had nothing to do with Eli did.
Defense counsel asked you about that spare magazine that was found at your sister's place. Did you bring that into the house, to her house, or it just happened to be there?
I honestly don't remember if I brought it in or not, or if it was just there, because we used to go to the gun range, so
So how many times you've been in the gun range?
a couple of times.
So you know how to shoot.
Yes, sir.
You know that you've been instructed not to point a gun at somebody unless you intend to kill them.
Yes, sir. Not just intent to kill him, but yes, sir.
Well, I mean, if you point a gun at somebody, what's your intent?
To protect yourself.
So when you're chasing Zach down the hallway and he's crawling away from you, that's what you were doing?
I didn't think it was over. He's affiliated with a gang, so
So you want to shoot at somebody that's affiliated with a gang, you want to shoot at your brother. Your best friend beats one of them up, and so you just want to keep shooting at him, right?
no, sir.
That's what you did.
No, sir.
You don't think that's what you did?
To a certain extent, yeah, but when I realized he was on the ground and bleeding, I stopped. I didn't want to kill him. I didn't try to kill him. Honestly, I did.
So when you pull a trigger, point a gun at somebody, pull a trigger, you don't think that's what you're doing?
I was just trying to protect myself.
How many times are you going to say that?
What do you mean?
Your next door neighbor was an Army veteran, right?
Yes, sir.
He sat there and had conversations with you about gun safety, right?
Yes, sir.
He sat there and told you that you don't point this thing at somebody unless you intend to kill them. You don't put your finger in the trigger well, pull that trigger back unless that's what you intend to do. That's what he told you, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's what you did.
Yes, sir.
You did it on 9/26, you did it again on October the 6th. Is that right? And that's what all your messages talk about doing. You agree?
No.
Your messages say talk about doing something different?
No, I was just talking.
You realize that you're saying one thing up here, but when you're away from that witness stand or not in this courtroom, how you act and what you do is totally different.
No, it's not.
You don't think that's not the real you?
It's not the real me. I was just mad and angry at the time. I don't act like that.
When?
What do you mean when?
You say you don't act like that. I asked when. When don't you act that way?
That was the first time I ever really acted like that.
It's actually the second time. The first time would be September the 26th. When you're at the racetrack. You agree?
Yeah.
Why did you ever start carrying a gun in your car?
I was just scared and terrified.
In June, your girlfriend takes a picture of you, there's a gun in the car. So why were you scared in June?
Because I had a problem with some other boys.
So every time you have a problem with somebody, your solution is carry a gun.
No, they was actually threatening me, saying they was going to kill me.
Who's that?
I don't remember the names, but I think it was like, start with like an I, like Israel or something like that.
Unless you make quite an impression on you.
What do you mean?
You can't even remember his name.
I try to forget. Listen,
So nobody likes you, everybody's threatening to hurt you, and your response is to carry a gun.
no, actually, quite a lot of people like me.
Next message you sent your friend was get them before they get us. Right?
Yes, sir.
October 6th was the first time you saw Zach. Is that fair?
No, sir.
You saw him before?
Yes, sir.
Where?
In school.
Just walking around?
Yes, sir.
Oh, by the way, let's talk about that class. What class was that?
It was an English credit recovery class.
What does that mean?
So, like the year before, if you don't have enough credits, they'll put you in a credit recovery class so you can get your credits so you can graduate out, move on to the next course.
So you were failing.
Yes.
All right, so Ms. Hall testified that you were this great student. But that wasn't totally accurate. You really not, at that time, you really weren't a great student. You were failing.
If I remember, that was about the only class that I was failing.
English was the only one you were failing?
I think so.
I'm showing you text message you sent on 9/28. Is there a typo on this one?
No, sir.
So what does it say?
We gotta shoot first, let them niggas know.
So you meant that.
I didn't mean anything I said.
Show you 9/28. What'd you say here?
Fuck that fighting shit, straight slanging iron.
Shoot straight. Is that what you meant?
No, sir.
What did you mean here?
Shit.
So say it like how you wanted it to read.
Fuck that fighting shit, straight slanging iron.
So what does slang iron mean?
Just using a weapon.
You had no intentions to ever get involved in a fist fight.
I mean, I did, but
Did you ever intend to get in a fist fight? You were never going to use your hands.
I ain't know how to fight.
But you know how to shoot.
Yeah,
You yes or you do?
I said yes.
And that's what you wrote here. Is that right?
No. Slanging iron, I didn't mean by shooting, I just meant by using a weapon or something.
Come on. Shoot first. Slang iron. You really want us to believe you just meant some weapon you didn't mean to shoot? You're not talking about shooting them?
If I meant shooting, I would have said shooting.
So that's not some slang term for shooting?
Could be, but I didn't use it as a.
Okay. Because that's not who you are.
It's not.
Showing the second page of the text message you sent. Was there a typo on this one?
No, sir.
So read it out loud.
I shot that bitch up.
Seems like you're bragging about it.
No, sir.
That's not you bragging.
They asked what happened, and I told them.
Don't sound like you're scared, terrified. You agree?
No.
You disagree with me?
Sir.
next message your friend Rommel sent you is what? What is he saying here?
He said, damn, what's the matter?
And your response was what?
Getting him.
Getting who?
Isaiah. Yeah.
You're going to get them, right? What do you mean by that?
I don't know. Just said a lot of things out of anger. I didn't really mean it.
And Rommel's trying to calm you down.
Yes, sir.
And he's telling you, hey, we got to talk.
Yes, sir.
He's trying to be a good friend for you.
Yes, sir.
And your response was what?
Nah, fuck that talking shit. I'm gonna kill them both.
How many days did you carry that gun to school?
Ever since I heard that Zach was trying to come after me,
So when was that?
I don't know the exact date.
That was after his brother got hit?
Yes, sir.
So about a week?
Yes, sir.
So the jury understands, you carried a loaded gun into school every day for a week.
Yes, sir.
Did you tell your mom and your grandmother about Eli beating up one of these guys?
I don't remember if I did.
You never really sat down and told them anything.
I did.
Oh, you did? So you told them about you stealing marijuana from your sister?
Yes, sir.
So when they kept bonding you out of jail and you were testing positive for marijuana, they never asked where you got it?
They did.
And what'd you say?
I don't remember exactly what I said, but
You tell me it was your sister?
I didn't want to get my sister in trouble, so I don't think I did.
So you lied to them?
Yeah.
So you, why can't you lie about other things to them?
No, like, what do you mean?
Well, you just told the jury you don't remember ever telling them about the shooting at the racetrack, and their testimony certainly shows that. So you weren't truthful about that.
I didn't necessarily lie to him.
Just didn't tell them everything.
I mean,
You think there's a difference?
no, I don't remember if I told him or not. I just,
Where would you carry that gun when you were at school?
sir, what do you mean?
Well, you're walking around school campus. Where would you carry the gun?
In a holster in my waistband.
You had a holster?
Yes, sir.
The very first day that you wanted to carry that gun in school, you had to load it. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
It was already loaded?
Yes, sir.
Well, if it wasn't already loaded and you didn't load it, how'd the bullets get in there?
What do you mean by loaded? What do you mean?
Magazine.
Clip? Oh, yes, sir.
You had to put bullets in the magazine.
It was bullets in the magazine.
Say again?
It was.
There was bullets already in the magazine?
Yes, sir.
How about the chamber? Was it already chambered?
No, sir.
So you had to do that.
Yes, sir.
You then pull the magazine out and put another bullet in there.
No, sir.
How many rounds in that magazine? Do you recall?
No, sir.
It's a 13-round magazine. You fired 6 times. There was 8 bullets found in the gun, in the magazine, in the chamber. 8 times 6 is 14. Or 8 plus 6 is 14. So that means you had to put an extra bullet in the magazine. You realize that, right?
Yes, sir.
So you did that.
I didn't do that. I guess it was already like that. I don't really remember.
Well, does your grandmother keep loaded guns in the house?
I mean, yes.
All the 45 ammo was in your room.
Not all.
But you had 45 ammo in your room.
Yes, sir.
Not 9 millimeter. 45.
Yes, sir.
You also had 2 spare magazines.
Yes, sir.
Did you buy those?
No, sir. I don't know, sir.
So you really want the jury to believe your grandmother loaded them?
We will go to the gun range, so she knows how to load a magazine.
You're telling this jury your grandmother, Miss Hillary, is the one who loaded those magazines and put them in your room.
No, sir.
Who did?
I did.
Who?
It'd be already loaded from going from the gun range. So I had a backpack and I just take out the backpack and leave it in the room like this. Just forget about it.
Normally, if you go to gun range, you shoot that ammo you have in your magazines. You don't leave them loaded because it's not good for the magazine. And your friend taught you that, your next door neighbor. So are you telling this jury that all those magazines went to gun range, left all the magazines loaded, and left one chambered, and just threw it in your backpack?
Yes, sir.
So the first day that you carried that gun to school, where'd you get the holster from?
I already had it.
As part of the gun?
No, my papa was in the army, so it was already in the house.
Okay. I'll tell you this, the Army does not issue Glocks. At best, the Army would issue a Beretta. I don't know when he served, but if he served in World War II, they might issue 1911 45. They didn't issue Glocks. So somebody else bought that Glock. It wasn't part of an issued weapon.
He brought the Glock.
So he bought the Glock and he had the holster, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't leave it in your room.
Well, at that time he was already gone, so
So you went and got it.
yes, sir.
Okay, so you made the thought, I'm going to put the holster on,
Yes, sir.
put it inside your pants,
Yes, sir.
got the 45,
Yes, sir.
make sure the magazine was loaded.
Yes, sir.
Because you can see on the back of it how many bullets are in there, right?
I think so. Yes.
Put the magazine in the gun,
Yes, sir.
check to make sure there's one chamber.
I had checked if it was one chamber. Yes, sir.
You know you did. You wouldn't carry a gun to school and get ready to use it if there wasn't a bullet chamber.
No, that's not true.
So there just happened to be one chamber. You seriously got in there.
No, I wouldn't say that. But I'm just saying I don't remember doing that.
Put it in your waistband.
Yes, sir.
You went about your school day, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you drive the car with it in your waistband?
What do you mean?
Did you have it in the front, or did you have the side or the back?
Like in the front?
So while you're driving your car, you had that gun sitting right here in the front part of your pants. Or did you take it out and sit beside you?
I had it in my pants.
While you're driving.
Yes, sir.
Not very comfortable, is it?
Not really.
Kind of reminds you every second that gun's right there.
No, yes, sir.
Got to school, you walked around with it, saw your girlfriend, talked to her all the while you're carrying this gun.
Yes, sir.
Nothing happened that first day.
No, sir.
You got back home.
Yes, sir.
Took the gun out.
Yes, sir.
At this point, did you think that was a really bad idea?
Yes, I know it's wrong.
I mean, it's uncomfortable to carry a gun like that all day. Right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, during this week, according to your mom, she reached out to Zach and his brother or aunt, maybe, over Instagram. So you were talking to her about what was going on.
No, that was a different time when I was saying that. That's the reason why I started carrying a gun, because those other boys, that had nothing to do with Zach, Isaiah, or him.
So the other boys back in the spring or summer, those are the ones that she reached out to.
Yes, sir.
So if she left an impression that she reached out to Isaiah or Zach, that just wasn't accurate.
When she said who she reached out to.
So it wasn't them, it was somebody else told them.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, just so the jury understands, you weren't too embarrassed to talk to your mom back in early summer, or you were too embarrassed to talk to her in September?
I never talked to her. It's because the only reason she found out is because they was following me when I went to go pick up my sister and her baby, and my sister one who told her.
And then she talked to you about it.
Yes, sir.
So you weren't too embarrassed to talk to her about it when she asked questions?
I was.
Okay. So the next day you get up and decide, I'm going to carry that gun yet again.
Yes, sir.
Go through the same process.
Yes, sir.
And this goes on for a week, basically.
I don't remember exactly what time, the time frame, but yes, sir.
And during this entire time, you never thought this was really a bad idea.
I knew it was a bad idea, but I was just scared and terrified.
But you never went to talk to anybody.
I'd be too embarrassed to talk to anybody. It scared me.
So you rather bring a gun to school and shoot somebody than go tell them that somebody hit you in the head.
No. It's just that. He always had problems, but no one ever stopped it. He's known for doing that, but no one ever stopped it. At least he just gets suspended. So I didn't think anybody would do anything. No one's ever done anything to him, so I didn't know what to do.
And your solution was to carry a gun.
Yes, sir.
Because you already shot at him once.
Yes, sir.
I mean, that is, you sit there
Your
telling
Honor, I
you,
object to ask and answer, and he's mischaracterizing the fact, saying that he's already shot at him once. Which is,
Over. Interesting.
because the truth of the matter is, for you to tell anybody about what's going on, you'd have to admit what you did wrong.
Yes, sir.
And you really couldn't go tell the police, hey, I got hit in the head and they stole from me, because you'd have to tell them, hey, I was the one shooting at them when they drove away.
And that's not the main reason why I didn't want to tell. Just that I know if I would have told them that, they're gonna come after me. My life in danger.
Based on your text messages, you're not concerned about that at all. The only time you seem to be concerned about that is when you're sitting on that witness stand.
No, sir.
Based on everything that you did that between September 26th and October 6th, it does not appear you're scared or bothered by them at all.
I know I did was wrong, but I just did that out of fear. Man.
When that fight was over, Coach Boyd and Coach Herrera were standing between you.
I don't remember that. I really don't.
And there was at least 8 feet between y'all when you pulled that gun out.
I don't remember any of that. I really don't. It just happened so fast. I don't know.
Anytime something's bad for you, you seem to, your common response is, I don't remember.
mischaracterization of the evidence.
And so overruled, but make sure you ask these as questions. Those seem to be statements.
Yes, sir. You agree that every time I ask you a question that's bad for you, your common response is, I don't remember.
No, I just don't remember that happening.
Just like you don't remember being truthful with your family.
I try to forget all these things. It's hard to sleep at night. It's just horrible. I know what I did was wrong. I just wish every day I could take it back, but I can't.
You had that opportunity. I mean, September the 26th, you're in a public place shooting a gun. You imagine how frightening that was for everybody there?
Yes, sir.
I mean, there are people that work there and they were scared to go to work because of you.
Objection, Your Honor. There's been no evidence to that effect. Mischaracterization of the evidence.
Ms. Gilchrist testified that, I don't recall the employee's name, was scared because he was outside picking up the trash when the shooting began.
And so overruled.
Everyone around.
Mischaracterization of the evidence on the cross-examination is, at least here, not appropriate, but I'll overrule that as it is. What's your further objection?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
He
sir.
stated everyone around was afraid to go to work, and that's not the truth. There's not been everyone around coming here saying that they were afraid.
All right. That's not a legal objection. Ask your question.
You want this jury to believe that that society now has your attention, but we should have had your attention on September the 26th when you were in a public parking lot shooting a gun. Do you agree?
I don't understand your question.
You understand my question? Let me help you out. We've already established that the first thing you start looking up is for an extended clip for your 45. Because apparently 9mm didn't work well enough. You had to go use you wanted to use your 45. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
On 9/28, you begin to look at about a shootout in Mansfield. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You knew how bad what you did was on the 26th, because now you're concerned about it.
Yes, sir.
You're actually putting the actual date of the shooting, you're searching that, seeing what's out there on the media.
Yes, sir.
And now we're looking at search number 37, and you're actually looking at what happened at the racetrack, because now you're really concerned.
Yes, sir.
I mean, it certainly appears that if you're the kind of person you let this jury, what this jury believe you are, then society should have had your attention after September 26th when you're shooting at the racetrack. Don't you agree?
Yes, sir.
And you said you're a good person, you don't do these kind of things, yet at every turn, that's what you do.
It was only 2 weeks of my life. I don't do that. I never done anything like that ever before.
Should have never happened one time.
So
Should have never even happened one time.
I was put in a predicament that I didn't know what to do.
Well, you don't want to carry the gun, you used it at the racetrack, right?
So they just pissed with me. I had 2 guns to my head. I didn't know what to do.
They left.
Yes, sir.
And your response was not to call the police, run inside, and say, I've just been robbed. Your response get the gun out of the car that you've been carrying and use it.
Objection asked and answered.
Thorough.
I know what I did was wrong. There's no justifying that.
On September the 28th, what you're really wanting to know is, are you close to being arrested?
No, sir.
Search number 25, September 28th. What was your search?
I don't remember searching that. I think that's when I typed something I accidentally clicked on, but it says shooting in Arlington, Texas. No arrest has been made.
There's also search number 24. Search number 23. So you get 3 searches, and your concern appears to be, how close am I to being arrested? When did you look up to see if you actually hit anybody?
That's why I was searching up shooting at a racetrack. I was concerned.
Concerned that you might have hit somebody?
Yes, sir.
Because you certainly were aware that if you pointed a gun and pulled the trigger, it could hit anybody.
Yes, sir.
And you were still willing to carry a gun to school on October the 6th.
Yes, sir.
You were still willing to pull that gun at least 6 times inside that classroom.
I know what I did was wrong.
You knew the consequences.
Sir?
You knew the consequences.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you just told the jury you were concerned that you might have actually hit somebody. So you want to make sure that you didn't injure somebody. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you knew there was a possibility. You knew those things could happen, and yet you still did it.
Yes, sir. I was just scared of this.
What you're saying to your friends doesn't sound like you're scared.
I was just out of anger, heat of the moment.
Let me ask you this question. This is really the ultimate question. On 9/30, 6 days before the shooting at Mansfield, what internet search did you make?
If you shoot at school and someone tries to fight you, if you at school and someone tries to fight you and you shoot at them, how much time would you get?
Let's make something clear. You didn't look up if someone tries to fight you and you shoot at them to defend yourself. You didn't look up anything about defending yourself, but you wanted to know this answer, and that's consistent with everything you talk to about your friends. What answer did you get?
I don't remember. I have like 2 years ago, I'm honestly.
You think 2 years? That's the answer you think you found?
No, I said that happened 2 years ago. I don't honestly remember what answer I got.
Well, whatever the answer was, it wasn't enough to scare you from not doing it.
That's not true.
Well, apparently, that is true because that's what you did. If you had found an answer that would scare you, like going to prison for life, maybe you wouldn't have done this, right?
Yeah, it's possible.
Maybe you would have found a different avenue, done something different, if the answer was sufficiently enough. You wouldn't have done this. Do you agree?
I searched that up, but I didn't necessarily went to school that day and try to shoot anyone.
You pull a gun out. First of all, when you carry a gun and pull a gun, you know that's your intentions, is to shoot somebody. Your grandfather taught you that? next door neighbor taught you that, if you went to the shooting range, a range instructor would have told you all that. Those are all things you knew. You agree?
Objection, asked and answered multiple times.
Yeah. What? Where are you going with this particular?
His statement was he had no intentions to shoot anybody. I'm just establishing he never had the intent to shoot somebody based on prior experience and knowledge.
So,
You agree with those statements?
So I did not wake up that day just had a target on my mind just to shoot anybody. I was just trying to protect myself. I didn't know what to do.
redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. These text messages and these type of searches doesn't exist before September 26th, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That was the first time you had ever been put in a situation like that, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that this search here was you just trying to figure out how to protect yourself at school, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you feel like anybody else would protect you if Zach attacked you?
No.
You stated that you did see Zach before October 6th, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you attack Zach and fight him?
No.
Did you pull out a gun and shoot him?
No.
If you wanted to find Isaiah, do you know where to find him at?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go and seek out Isaiah?
No.
When your mom reached out to Israel right before school had started, did you ask her to do that?
No.
Were you embarrassed when she did it?
Yes, ma'am.
He asked you about you were a bad student because you failed a class. You remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there credit recovery classes for other subjects?
Yes, ma'am.
You weren't enrolled in them, were you?
No, ma'am.
Because you were passing your other subjects?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not up here to deny your actions, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You're asking this jury not to define you on these
Judge, I'm objecting to
2 weeks.
leading at this time. I'd ask that to be open to questions.
Yeah. Sustained. You're on direct.
What are you asking this jury?
Yeah, I think I'm just some mass killer, some horrible person. Those 2 weeks, those searches, messages, it's not me. It's not who I am. They knew me. I even had a conversation with me. They didn't know that's not me.
You would have been searching this stuff and texting these messages.
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
What type of gun do you see in Ant's hand?
Handgun,
What's on it?
extended clip.
Are these the type of guns that you saw when they got in the car and pistol whipped you?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that alarming and concerning that they had an extended clip?
Yes, ma'am.
The state asked you if you were just saying you don't remember to everything bad. You remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you admitted to a lot of things that are very bad?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that because you're taking responsibility for your actions?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the witness.
Recroft?
No, sir.
All right. You may step down. Thank you for your testimony. All right, please call your next witness.
Defense restaurant.
All right. State.
Resting close.
Defense.
Rest enclosure.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the magic words with regards to the end of evidence for the punishment phase of this trial. However, I need to prepare the court's charge and hear some items outside your presence. We'll do so quickly and efficiently and get you back out here for argument. All right? Please return to the jury. All rise. may be seated. At this time, members of the jury, I will read to you the court's charge containing the law applicable to the case. In continuing to discharge your responsibilities as jurors, you will continue to observe all the instructions that you've been previously given. These instructions are given to you because your conduct is subject to review, the same as that of witnesses, the parties, the attorneys, and myself. If it should be found out that you have disregarded any of these instructions, it will be jury misconduct and may require another trial by another jury. If any of you observe one or more of your number violating any of the instructions you've been given, you shall immediately warn the violator and caution him or her not to do so again. This includes making sure that you don't go on the internet or review any social media posts or anything concerning this case, and that you only discuss this case with each other when you are all together in the room with the court's charge in front of you. All right. Please listen carefully as I read the charge to you. The original will be sent to the jury room with you when you retire to begin your deliberations. Number 1773951R, State of Texas versus Timothy George Simpkins. Court's charge. Members of the jury, the defendant, Timothy George Simpkins, has been found guilty of the offense of criminal attempt to commit capital murder. The court has received and accepted your verdict and you will not concern yourselves with the innocence or guilt of the defendant, and shall now limit your deliberations under the law and evidence in this case to the question of punishment, which is now your duty to assess. The punishment for the offense of criminal attempt to commit capital murder, for which the defendant has been found guilty, is by confinement in the Correctional Institutional Division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for any term of years not less than 5, no more than 99, or life, and a fine not to exceed $10,000. $10,000 may also be assessed. In arriving at your verdict on the question of punishment, you may take into consideration all the evidence submitted to you under this charge. However, you are not to discuss nor refer to any matters or issues not in evidence before you. You may consider evidence of an extraneous crime or bad act in assessing punishment, even if the defendant has not yet been charged or finally convicted of the crime or act. However, you may consider such evidence only if the extraneous crime or bad act has been shown by the state beyond a reasonable doubt to have been committed by the defendant, or is one for which the defendant can be held criminally responsible. The prosecution does not have to prove an extraneous crime or bad act beyond all possible doubt. The prosecution's proof must exclude all reasonable doubt concerning the extraneous crime or bad act. Therefore, if you find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an extraneous crime or bad act, or could be held criminally responsible for an extraneous crime or bad act, then you may consider such evidence in assessing the defendant's punishment. However, if you have a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an extraneous crime or bad act, or could be held criminally responsible for an extraneous crime or bad act, then you may not consider such evidence in assessing punishment. In this case, the defendant has filed before trial his sworn motion in which he prays that in the event he is convicted, he be granted community supervision. If the punishment assessed by you is not more than 10 years confinement in the penitentiary, and you further find that he has never been convicted of a felony in this or any other state, and if you recommend community supervision be granted in this case, then let your verdict show the punishment which you assess, and show that the defendant has never before been convicted of a felony in this or any other state, and further show that you recommend that his sentence be suspended. Should the punishment assessed by you include a fine, a recommendation of community supervision should state whether or not the fine will be paid or be suspended and probated. Whether you do or do not recommend community supervision for the defendant is a matter that rests within the sound discretion of the jury. However, if you do recommend community supervision, that recommendation must be followed by this court. If, however, you find that the defendant has heretofore been convicted of a felony in this or any other state, or if in your discretion as a jury you do not desire to recommend to the court that imposition of sentence be suspended and that the defendant be placed on community supervision, then you will say nothing in your verdict about community supervision. It will not be proper for you in determining the penalty to be assessed to fix the same by lot, chance, or any method other than by a full, fair, and free exercise of the opinion of the individual jurors under the evidence admitted before you. In determining the punishment in this case, you were instructed that you are not to discuss among yourselves how long the defendant will be required to serve any sentence of confinement you decide to impose. Such matters come within the exclusive jurisdiction of the Board of Pardons and Paroles and the Governor of the State of Texas. The length of time for which the defendant will be imprisoned may be reduced by the award of parole. Under the law applicable in this case, if the defendant is sentenced to a term of imprisonment, he will not become eligible for parole until the actual time served equals 1/2 of the sentence imposed, or 30 years, whichever is less. Eligibility for parole does not guarantee that parole will be granted. It cannot be accurately predicted how the parole law might be applied to this defendant if he is sentenced to a term of imprisonment, because the application of these laws will depend on decisions made by parole authorities. You may consider the existence of parole law. You are not to consider the manner in which the parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. Your verdict must be by a unanimous vote of all members of the jury. In deliberating on this case, you shall consider the charge as a whole, and you must not refer to or discuss any matters not in evidence before you. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight to be given their testimony. But you are bound to receive the law from the court, which is given in these written instructions, and be governed thereby. After you have arrived at a unanimous verdict, you will use the attached form and have your presiding juror sign the same. If the jury wishes to communicate with the court, such communication must be in writing and signed by the presiding juror and handed to the bailiff. Signed, Ryan Hill, Judge, 371st District Court, Tarrant County, Texas. Verdict forms, penitentiary time. We, the jury, having found the defendant Timothy George Simpkins guilty of the offense of criminal attempt to commit capital murder, assess his punishment as confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a period of blank, 5 to 99 or life. In addition to such confinement, assess a fine of blank dollars up to $10,000 or none. Signed, presiding juror. Or community supervision. We, the jury, having found the defendant Timothy George Simpkins guilty of the offense of criminal attempt to commit capital murder, assess his punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a period of blank, 5 to 10 years. And we, the jury, having further found that he has never before been convicted of a felony in this or any other state, do recommend that the imposition of his sentence be suspended and that he be placed on community supervision. In addition thereof, we, the jury, assess a fine of blank dollars up to $10,000 or none, and we do recommend / we do not recommend that such fine be probated and payment thereof be suspended. Signed, the presiding juror. We have one representative from each side up here quickly.
I caught it, Judge.
Anticipate changing the verdict form to he instead of she in the 3 places that it says so. Fine. I have provided each side with their allotted time for argument. State of Texas, you may begin.
May it please the court.
May.
Members of the jury, as we begin the deliberations for punishment, let me say to you that I understand what we're asking you to do. I understand what it is that your job is now. I'm going to talk to you very briefly about this verdict form because there are 2 parts. The second part is the part that you consider if you want to let this defendant walk out of this courtroom on probation with the rest of us. That's inconceivable in a case like this. And what this tells you is that only if you have decided that this case and this punishment is worthy of 5 to 10 years, should you even consider probation. If in your deliberations you know that that is not something that you are considering, then probation need not be discussed any further. The punishment range for this offense is 5 down here to 99 years or life. And there are different things that you can consider as a jury, not just what he said, but everything that you have heard. So let's bring in down here, because let's talk about what's obvious. He's young. Remember what they said? What is a 17-year-old boy supposed to do? Well, he wasn't 17, he was 18. 18-year-olds are men. 18-year-olds go to war. They die on the battlefield. Those are the heroes. This 18-year-old spent his birthday planning a murder. That's who he is. Actions define you, not words. Insincere words and lies. That does not define you. Now think about what you didn't hear. One of the most important things that you did not hear. He's been on bond almost the majority of time, almost 2 years. Did you hear testimony from one therapist, one psychiatrist, somebody that's a professional that can say he's got trauma, he's remorseful, there's something that he needs counseling? Why? Why not? Wouldn't you just love to see a psychological profile on this killer? That would be nice to know. Is he a sociopath? Is he a psychopath? Because let me tell you, he doesn't have any empathy. How do you know he doesn't have any empathy? Because normal people wouldn't even shoot a wounded animal the way he shot Zach. And let's remember, Zach didn't have anything to do with racetrack. He wasn't mad at Zach. When he says, I'm going to kill 2 people, he was going to kill Isaiah and Ant. That's who he had his sights on. Do not let the defense come in here and tell you that 2 weeks defines him, because that's a lie. Because what was he doing on June 20, in June of the same year? He had a gun already. Why? Because he was on the hunt for other people that he said were messing with him. That's what his psyche is about. He doesn't use his fists. He doesn't. And when I told you before that he's a cold-blooded killer, you didn't know what we knew. But we told you the rest of the story. Now let's talk about what's really important, because it's not what's best for him. It's what he did. And you know, they say 2 weeks that defines him. No, 1 instant of what he did defines him, because it defines Calvin, who's sitting right here with a bullet in his chest the rest of his life. That defines him. That defines Calvin. Just alone what he did to Calvin. But he didn't stop there. He tried to execute Zach. He didn't care about where he was. The institution of learning, where we want our kids to be safe, where most of us can't afford private school, like he had everything he needed. There is not one excuse for what he did. He didn't need for anything. He needed for nothing. You cannot rehabilitate a lack of empathy and a cold-blooded heart. That is not something that can be rehabilitated. That is not something that we excuse. We, as a community, you as jurors, must send a message out, because we are tired of wringing our hands in desperation about these shootings. And to do it in a school, a sacred place of learning, is even worse. So as I explained that to you, what he is, what he did, who his victims were, do you see how that escalates to what needs to be done? And let's not forget the cascade of trauma, because it wasn't just 3 victims. He took the career away from Miss Altman. She can no longer teach. Calvin can't teach. How many other teachers do we see leaving the profession because they're not safe? How many kids are tired of having drills the drills we didn't grow up with. We didn't grow up with drills about an active shooter in the schools. Why? Because we don't make a strong statement. We're not going to change the world, folks. But we can certainly try, one at a time. You've got a chance today to make a statement into this community that he needs a life sentence. A life sentence. I don't say it lightly. He's earned it. This crime is so severe, it needs a life sentence.
I think you've got just a little over 8 minutes left for voting. All right. Vince, you may proceed.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We heard you by your verdict, loud and clear. We heard you by your verdict, loud and clear. You took a gun into a school in Tarrant County, Texas, to settle a difference, and you just discharge that weapon, and someone gets hurt, we're gonna hold you accountable for attempted capital murder. He is forever a convicted felon for the rest of his life. However, he's eligible for probation, and I know many of you have already probably taken that off the table. But I am a person that believes in second chances. I'm a person that believes in redemption. As a probation officer told you the other day, you have people that kill people, you have people that child molesters, people that sexually abuse children, people that have committed the offense of aggravated assault, deadly weapon. They're out here, they're walking the streets. What makes them any different? It's a violent offense. It's a violent offense. Probation is set up to rehabilitate. That's what it's for. To give a person the opportunity and the tools. You know, Tim may have grew up in a middle-class family, but it's not an affluenza family. It's not an affluenza defense. What he did was wrong. What he did was very wrong. If you feel in your heart of hearts, I cannot give him probation, I want you to consider the minimum of 5. Think about where you were 5 years ago. 5 years is a long time. 5 to 10 years is a long time. What were you doing 5 to 10 years ago? It takes like 5 years to pay off a car payment. 5 years is not a slap on the wrist. If you've been married for over 20 or 25 years, how long is that? Think about your wedding photos when you got married, how you look then and how you look now. That's a long time. If, and I know the state of Texas, this is a case like this hasn't happened in Tarrant County, right? This is not Uvalde. This is not Parkland. This is not Sandy Hook. It's not that. This is a situation that happened on September 26th, and you don't know what to do. You get pistol whipped. You get pistol whipped with 2 guns in your head. I mean, no, I'm not gonna go and tell my granny, you know, this is what happened to me. Yeah, he gets on and he's texting and he's mad and he's talking. He seen Zach after that. He didn't act on any of that. It's talking. It's being boisterous. You're mad. You're angry. And that's what kids do. And I submit to you that your son or your nephews are sitting right here, you'll be asking for grace and mercy too. Because the grace has to come from you. The grace has to come from you. That he can be a story of redemption. He can come out and tell other kids what he went through and what he did. Don't be me. If you go back there and somebody says, we're just all up on life and you're not unanimous, it has to be unanimous for a life sentence. If he messes up and you give him community supervision, Judge Hill is going to bring him back in here. Judge Hill's going to send him to TDC. Mentally, he could be 18 or whatever. He's still a young man that deserves a second chance. These kids don't think like we think or we thought back in the day. They don't. They're impulsive. And they do things just on impulse. They put stuff on social media. They may not mean it, but they do. Check your kids' phone. Check your grandkids' phone to see what they're talking about out there. Just because you say it doesn't mean you're going to act on it. When you have people that sitting here bragging and saying we pistol whipped him for 2 minutes, haven't seen him since. Because he was scared. He was scared. He didn't go to school right away. He was scared. He was hiding out. The threats, the songs, the rap, all this stuff I hear on social media that he's seen. This case does not warrant a life sentence. This case warrants an opportunity. He is 20 years old. Think about that. 20. So he spent 2 decades alive, and you want to send him away for the rest of his life? He feels sorry for what happened to Mr. Pettit, Ms. Altman, everybody that's affected by this.
Give you 6 minutes.
He is apologetic for the things that you and your families have had to go through. We need people like you back in the classroom. But I need you to think long and hard before you give him a word. Temper your grace with mercy. Thank you.
About 8 minutes and 30 seconds.
This young man's life is in your hands. This 20-year-old's life is literally in the palm of your hand. Tim was born in 2003, the year I graduated high school. We didn't have social media when I was in high school. I didn't know anyone that knew what an extended clip was. Outside of a hunting trip with your family, no one had a 9mm. I didn't know anybody that was pistol whipped. I didn't know anyone that could get in over their head and feel constant threats. It's not enough to get bullied at school. We've all heard that story. We all had that as part of a high school experience. But it ended when the bell rang. It ended when you got on the bus to go home. It doesn't end now. It's 24 hours a day of being terrorized. 24 hours a day. And I told you all in my opening that the gun laws in our state is a fallacy. Guns are designed to protect yourself. Guns are also, as we know, can be used to kill someone. But what do you do when these people don't care? What do you do when the school administration doesn't care? What do you do when no one gets suspended? When people get knocked out in parking lots at the school? Keep coming back. You don't have any help. What do you do when you're just flat out embarrassed and humiliated? It's easy for you and I to say as grown adults what we would do. But when you are a high school student, a very young person who has a very small purview, that high school, your neighborhood is what you know. The world is not that big when you're in high school. And the state of Texas is asking for you to shut that door for him to never be able to grow. He will never learn anything in prison except to be another type of criminal. He will never have a family. He will never have a story. The light is going to turn dark. My client accepted your verdict. And this defense team, we accepted as well. And we also accept and we acknowledge that what Mr. Pettit went through that day is unacceptable. And it's hurtful and it's sad to hear. No one at Timberview deserved that. No one. But closing that light on Timothy Simpkins does nothing for this community. There will be no healing. It will just be a young man that will be gone. And I understand that how many of you may feel right now. I saw you when you had to leave this courtroom after your verdict of guilty. Please, I urge you, do not hold it against my client. Any distraction that you've seen in this room, in the hallway, or anywhere in this courthouse. Because Timothy deserves a fair trial. And he deserves is your consideration. Do not hold it against my client that his mother is grieving and that his family has strong feelings. I'm sure each and every one of you has someone in your family that will feel the same. Those 2 weeks were not a normal 2 weeks for my client. They were not just 2 weeks. It was constant attacks. It was constant threats. He was a victim of a crime. A victim of a violent pistol whipping. And you recall the evidence that we had in our case in chief. You saw the way that he was beat up. You saw him being kicked in the head and stomped down. This young man deserves your consideration. And he deserves another chance to be in society, for a chance to be able to grow and to be able to learn from this catastrophic incident that happened. Choose mercy and let mercy triumph over judgment. Thank you.
Thank you. State, you've got about 8 minutes.
May it please the court. This counsel tells you that you have his life in your hands. Well, that's not true. The truth is this. He has held his own life in his own hands since September 26. I want y'all to think about something. He said that we were supposed to go there just to smoke weed. First of all, look at where they were. In a lighted area next to a gas pump with everybody going around. Do you honestly believe for one moment they were sitting there just smoking? That was the goal. Does that make sense to you? They robbed me of my dope and my money. If what he said was true, then all he would have had was what? Maybe one marijuana, maybe two. But they robbed me of my dope and my money. Who has dope and money that someone's going to rob them of? Someone who's dealing. He's not sitting there just going to smoke weed with people he's not that close to. He is a dealer. Everything about him tells you that's true. They sit there and tell you, well, weeks. Well, back in the first part of the summer, he's carrying a gun because he's had other arguments with people. How many people do you know have those kind of arguments where they feel like they have to be armed all the time? Who is that? Drug dealers. And his natural response is to do what? To get a gun. Not this gun, because we don't know where that gun is. Because keep that in mind too. He uses one gun in the shooting. What does he do with it? He gets rid of it. Because why? It can be linked back to him. So you can't carry that gun again. He gets another gun. Defense counsel tells you that, take into consideration how bad Zach's brother is. She sits there and tells you, well, people are getting knocked out in a parking lot. That's Zach's brother who's getting knocked out in the parking lot. And he's being knocked out by his best friend that he's talking to. You don't hear that fact that the guy that attacked Zach's brother is being harassed and being threatened. Why? He's calling the shots. Think about this for a second. The guy who does the attacking, nothing happens to him. They're mad at him, the defendant. Why? He's calling the shots. They know who he is. They know that he's the one giving directions. Because that's who he is. Because they know this isn't just words. It's one thing if it's just words. But it's another when it's words and you actually do it. Then it's no longer just talk. It's who you are. They sit there and tell you, well, he's only been on this planet for 20 years, and that's a long time. Think about where you were when you got married and things like that. Absolutely, that's all true. But what you think about this? His next door neighbor, who is a combat veteran, who saw combat overseas, expressed to him the horror he had to endure and the PTSD he had to suffer. He saw that firsthand. They tell you that he's labeled a criminal for the rest of his life. That means labeled a victim the rest of his life. Miss Altman sitting in the back, a victim the rest of her life. Can you imagine for a second? You have a goal, you have a dream. I want to make the world better. I want to impact young lives. I want to become a teacher. You get that education, you get that career for 5 years, 10 years, even 17 years. This is your goals, your dreams, how you support your family. And that is taken from you. Why? Because of him. And it's taken from you for the rest of your life. Because his actions, his decisions, everything he has done. Oh, but he's remorseful. The only time you saw a tear possibly come from him is when we talk about his grandfather. Did you see a tear at any time in the courtroom when the video was being played of what he had done? Did you see a possible tear when you looked at any of these victims and their families and said, I'm sorry?
You have 2 minutes.
Not a single time. Because who you really have in front of you is this person. His back is to him and running away, and he keeps shooting. That's the defendant. Take a good look at him. It is so easy to walk down the street and see a big guy all tatted up, wearing leathers, and go, that's a bad man. Kids, stay away from him. That's easy. But when you see someone who's 18, 20 years old, they dress sharp, and by all appearances come from a nice family, hey, he's a nice guy. That's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Because this is who he is. And that's the second time he did it. Yes, we're going to ask you for life. Because even this defendant took the time to look up the answer. How much time do you get? And whatever that answer was, it wasn't enough. Because what happened? He carried you into school for a week. It wasn't enough. Whatever he found, it wasn't enough. So here's the question. When the next shooter decides they want to look this up, what's the answer going to be? Because you might deter another shooting if you give the right answer and you give enough. Because what they're counting on is your indifference. Y'all realize that, right? Be indifferent to all the suffering of everybody who had to go through this. All those parents who cried over their children, who wept at what occurred and still are. Be indifferent to that suffering.
You've used your time.
Just 1 second, Judge, if I may. It's not the evil that men do you need to fear, but it's the indifference of good people. Return the proper verdict of life. Godspeed your verdict.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this point forward, all communication with the court must be in writing and signed by your presiding juror. I'll tell you again, please write in complete thoughts and sentences so that I understand if you have a question. And we'll stand in recess to await the jury.
All rise.
Proud of y'all. I got a DPS alert and I didn't hear a single phone, so thank you. All right, we'll stand in recess. Y'all may be seated. All right. I have received jury note number 4 stating we have reached a verdict. Are both sides ready to receive the verdict?
State is.
Defense is ready.
All right. Let's bring in the jury. Yeah, let me go do that. Before I bring in the jury, I want to admonish all the same as did in guilt innocence. There are no outbursts in the courtroom from anyone. If there are outbursts from anyone, you'll be asked to leave the courtroom. If you do not leave the courtroom, you'll be escorted out. I don't anticipate that'll be a problem with anyone here, but I wanted to make sure everyone remembered, okay? All right, let's bring in the jury. You may be seated. I'll ask the presiding juror if the jury reached a verdict.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, please hand the verdict form to the bailiff. And I'll ask the presiding juror if this is a unanimous verdict of all the members of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the defendant, please stand. forms, we, the jury, having found the defendant, Timothy George Simpkins, guilty of the offense of criminal attempt to commit capital murder, assess his punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a period of 12 years, and in addition to such confinement, assess a fine of $6,000. Signed, the presiding juror. All right. Does either side wish to have a polling of the jury?
State does not.
Defendant.
Defense does not.
All right. I find the jury's verdict is unanimous. Defense, do you have any legal reason why the defendant should not be sentenced at this time?
No other reason.
All right. Let the record reflect that in cause number 1773951R, styled the State of Texas versus Timothy Simpkins, the jury has found you guilty upon your plea of not guilty to the offense of attempt to commit the offense of capital murder, and has assessed your punishment at 12 years confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, and a fine of $6,000. It is therefore the order, judgment, and decree of this court that Timothy Simpkins is here sentenced to 12 years confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, is further, and a $6,000 fine. It is further ordered the court that the sheriff of this county transports you to the director of the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice to serve your sentence as required by law. You have the right to appeal this case to the Second Court of Appeals located in Fort Worth, Texas. You do so by filing a written motion for new trial or notice of appeal within 30 days of this date. If you don't have money to hire a lawyer for appeal, I will appoint a lawyer for you on the appeal. In addition, I'll provide you with a record at no cost to you. I'm asking counsel for defense if you would please discuss those rights with this defendant before you leave today.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, you may be seated. At this time, members of the jury, your duty as jurors is complete. At the beginning of the trial, I placed each of you under a number of instructions. At this time, I release you from all the instructions I have previously given you. However, I do give you a final instruction. After you are discharged, you are released from your oath of secrecy. You'll be free to discuss the case and your deliberations with anyone. You are also free to refuse to discuss the case, and you have every right to maintain your silence unless otherwise ordered by me to do so. After you are discharged, the attorneys in this case may wish to speak to you, determine different issues in the case. You are free to discuss these issues with the attorneys or not. These matters, this will be up to you. The way this will be handled is I'm going to come back and speak to you briefly, thank you for your service, and release you. If you want to speak to the attorneys briefly, then I'll bring them back to speak to you. If you do not, then we will not. Okay? All right. At this time, I'll ask the jurors to retire to the jury room one last time.
Before you do that, we have one victim impact statement.
Okay. All right. You want to do so in front of the jury?
Yes, sir.
All right. The state victims do have a right to have be heard at the sentencing in this case. Who is your victim impact?
Calvin Pettit.
Calvin Pettit. All right. I'll ask that the defendant please stand up here, facing the rail, and Calvin Pettit with one member of defense counsel with you. All right. And Mr. Pettit, have you been instructed how this works from the DA's office and the Victims Assistance Coordinator?
Briefly.
Okay. All right. You have what you have to say?
Yes, sir.
All right. You may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Simpkins, I've gone back and forth about writing this statement. Some days I feel it's something that needs to be heard, and on others I'm not sure if it will make a difference or if you will even listen. I've come to the conclusion that regardless of how it may or may not be received, it is needed for my personal closure. Closure I've not had for almost 2 years. Closure I prayed for every single night for almost 2 years. Closure I pray that will bring me peace I've not felt in almost 2 years. I'd also like to make it abundantly clear that not a single person in this courtroom was happy to hear your sentence. I've prayed continuously that you don't receive a life sentence in prison. Your life is valuable and you do deserve a second chance. But not right now. I also wanted to acknowledge and let you know that I sincerely appreciate your apology, and I completely recognize how difficult it must be to admit that. It takes a great amount of courage, but I'm not ready to accept your apology yet. I hear you and I appreciate it, but I'm not ready to accept it yet. October 6, 2021 will be a day you, Zach, Shania, Ms. Altman, myself, and everyone else involved will remember for the rest of our lives. A day in which we all lost our peace, our freedom, and our livelihood. For those things, I do feel your pain and suffering. However, for the pain and suffering you have inflicted upon the people I love, I'm not sure if I can forgive you. Like many others in my family, I chose to become a teacher not because I especially love teaching English, but because I am passionate about mentoring young people and preparing them for life as responsible, productive adults. Young people just like you and Zach. I'm not sure if you even remember, but you were actually in my virtual class. You struggled, and I gave you a tremendous opportunity to help yourself, but you chose not to take my grace. And then about a year after that interaction, you again chose not to help yourself or anyone else when you brought a firearm into what is supposed to be a safe place. Your choices on that day have completely stripped me of the ability to return to work and make a positive impact on students. On a daily basis, I am riddled with lasting effects of PTSD, anxiety, depression, irritability, and a genuine fear of being in loud, crowded, or public spaces. What I once hoped to be my lifelong career as an educator abruptly ended in a tragic and violent manner, and I am now faced with finding a new meaning and purpose for my life, and I still have no idea what I will do. Yet still, I have prayed for you almost every day since this happened, hoping that you would stand up and take responsibility for the choices that you made today. Partially, God did answer that prayer today, and again, I do appreciate that. Your actions and attempts to avoid consequences through a false narrative of bullying are cowardly and shameful, but by the grace of God, Zach, Shania, and I are still alive today. I do not hate you, I do not harbor a great amount of resentment for you, but I am extremely hurt by what you did to me and my friends and family. May God handle the rest from here. God bless you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Pettit. And I'll ask the jury to retire. All rise for the jury.
Love you, Timothy.